All right, good morning. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Make sure if you're on the stream, as of this point, throw your name in there so I know you're here and present. Okay, we're going to pray and get started and allow you guys to work on that student work for a little bit. We might not be able to finish the whole lesson and have our quiz like usual on Friday this week. There's going to be something else possibly on Friday, so I'll just keep you guys updated on that, but just continue doing what we're doing. Make sure that student work and Bible verse will still be Thursday, though, so be ready for that. Okay, but we're going to pray first, and then I'll allow you guys to work on that student work for about 10 minutes. Any prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. Unspoken? How's he doing? Doing a little bit better? All right, continue praying for Pastor Silowski. He's on a new procedure or basically new kind of system they want him trying to do to get better. He's not getting worse, but he is kind of just the same. So pray for him as well. Pray for the volleyball. They have another game today. Traveling. What was that eye roll, Ellie? What was that eye roll? It's like, do you want to play? We'll pray for them and safety and everything, for that allow them to continue to get better, for us to be able to find something or somewhere for them to practice rather than the fellowship hall. All right, we'll pray, and then we'll get started with that. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for the sunshine you've given us this morning. Thank you for everyone that is here, the health you've given us, the ability for school to be open. Just continue blessing them and allow them to do well in school and out of school. Please help them this week with the Iowa testing and whatever may be going on in the classes for the couple days we have class. Allow us to be able to learn something in Bible this week. Sometimes for us not to get unfocused, Lord, but to be able to read your word with this time of working on student work, to be able to understand it more as we go through the lesson, just to learn more about you and who you are. Bless these kids, Lord, through this time. Help them with any quizzes they might have in other classes today or Friday. Also, please help the volleyball team as they're traveling today. Give them safety of travels and safety while they play their game, Lord. Allow them to continue to get better as a team and to be able to do their best and hopefully win. Also, please help Tori's unspoken, Lord. Just be there for her. Give her strength or wisdom or patience, whatever she needs in that situation. You know exactly what she needs, and you'll fill that for her. Also, please help Emma's grandfather, Lord. Continue to heal him and allow him to recover during this time. Also, comfort her family through this time as they're just trusting in you to be able to clear up all the infection and everything. We also lift up Pastor Silowski. Please just help him, help us to keep him on our mind and hearts, Lord, for us to pray for him daily, morning, noon, and night, Lord, for us to just lift his name up to you and for you to touch his body and just heal him, Lord. Continue to keep him safe in another country of Dubai, Lord. Please comfort his family, Mr. Moyer, and all of his daughters and grandchildren, and any relatives, Lord, as they can't really see him right now. He's about 8,000 miles away. So just allow them to trust in you and comfort them through this time. Please help the kids with this Bible class lesson. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, we will continue working on that student work section. I'll give you guys about 10 minutes, so at about 45, we will start our notes for today. Let me know if you have any questions. Okay, welcome back, Discipline Learners. We are going to begin our lesson right now. Okay, we're in lesson 18. The title is Christ Attends the Feast of the Tabernacles. We read a little bit about that. Okay, you guys should have read a little bit about that, working on that student work, certainly those who finished it. Okay, but we're going to talk about it, and I had already mentioned the first note. Okay, but we're going to talk about some things, okay, with Christ attending these feasts at the tabernacles. Okay, at the beginning of chapter 7, okay, we're coming from Capernaum, Sea of Galilee, okay, that area. Okay, it says what? And we mentioned this, we've seen it in other passages. It says what? Words. After these things. Okay, and we've learned, okay, that means, okay, not exactly 1 year, but that means a time has passed. Right? Okay, in chapter 7, you guys should know this from reading it and working on that student work. Okay, where is Jesus now? What area? What did it say? What? No, that's where he was. South. It's where he is a lot of times when he goes south. If you guys remember the geography at all. Good morning. He was in the city of... You didn't see it in the reading? Okay, we mentioned it yesterday. He was in the city of Jerusalem. Okay, you don't really need to know that. In Judea, okay, which is all the way down south, okay, in that area of Israel and Judea. Okay, but during that time, so around, historians and people have estimated that it would have been about 6 months, but anywhere around that time, so it's been a few months. Okay, there was an absence of Christ from the public spotlight, and you guys had seen it a little bit from yesterday. I had it up there. Okay, but we're going to talk about some things with this. Okay, Christ's absence from the public spotlight. Okay, we see there were summer temperatures during this time. Okay, it was hot. Okay, certainly there, it gets hot here. You guys know a little bit about hot. Okay, but over there, it gets really, really hot. Like, really hot. Okay, so it was super hot during this time. A lot of the public outdoor activity was physically uncomfortable. Okay, they weren't just going outside and feasting together, hanging out. Okay, they didn't really have what we have today. They didn't really have AC. Okay, this is one reason for Christ's absence from considered the public eye. Okay, we also see Pharisees were growing more antagonistic, okay, toward him and his message. Okay, they were starting to spite him more. Okay, they were murmuring about him more. Okay, because he was saying he was who? Jesus was saying he was the Son of God. Okay, the bread of life. Okay, and the Pharisees didn't like that. Okay, they're like, no way you're him. Okay, that's hypocritical. Okay, that's blasphemy. That's what they were saying. Okay, also we see the common people were becoming increasingly more excited about making him their king. And we talked about that. Okay, how they didn't want Christ for what he said he was, the bread of life, okay, the Savior of the world. But what they wanted him as was, hey, supply for me. Okay, be our king. Get me out of captivity. Okay, help me. Okay, and that's what the people wanted. That's what the people talked about. Okay, these are the reasons why Christ had gone kind of off the scene for a little bit. Okay, we also see a few more. Herod was also growing suspicious. Some more reasons of Christ's absence. Herod was growing suspicious at this time, okay, in this area of Israel and Judea. Okay, we all know King Herod. Okay, King Herod. He was hearing of this other man. Okay, just like when Jesus was born, okay, it was said that Jesus was supposed to be what? King of the Jews. A king was being born, right? Okay, and Herod didn't like that, so what did he do? When Jesus was born, he killed all the boy babies that were around up to 3 years old. Okay, he killed them all. Okay, because of his spite, his jealousy. Okay, so it's kind of the same things going on with this King Herod. Okay, he's basically saying these other people want this guy to be king. Okay, I'm king, I'm ruling. He's not taking my power away from me. Okay, so he's growing suspicious. Okay, we also see Christ has gone on a long journey. Okay, so the temperatures are hot. He just got done dealing with all that stuff with feeding the 5,000, okay, and then talking to these people, trying to explain to them, but they still didn't understand or believe. Okay, he journeyed all the way about 100 miles on foot or by camel or by mule, whatever it was. Okay, he gets to Jerusalem and he's tired. Okay, just like we've seen he was tired before. Okay, he was a human. Okay, he was all God, but he was all man. He was flesh. He gets tired like you and me. Okay, so he was weary. Okay, because of that, we see Christ realize that his time was running out. Because remember, what year in his ministry are we in? How many years did Christ have ministry here on earth? 3. Okay, he knew that the time was coming. You know that will of his Father we've been talking about and that he mentions all the time? Man, that was coming. Okay, that time was coming. And this is why he was absent from the public eye. Okay, he needed a private time to train his disciples for the role they are going to fill after he died and rose again and then ascended up to heaven. He was starting to teach them specifically. Okay, they had journeyed with him. They had seen Jesus work. They had seen the miracles. They had believed in him. Okay, but now he had to teach them. Okay, just like, okay, when someone, okay, you're in high school, you're kind of learning general stuff, right? Okay, whether you're paying attention or not, at any class, you're learning general stuff. Okay, but then when you go to college, what is college supposed to be for? Something specific. Okay, now freshman year, you'll still take some general studies, that kind of stuff. Okay, but as you get going in your 4 years of college, it's very specific. Okay, they had gone through the preliminaries. They had learned how to be more formal. They had seen Jesus do all these things, how I should live, okay, what God's will is, who I should believe in. Their bases are done. Fundamentals are done. Okay, I play sports. Some of you play sports. In sports, when you start playing a sport, you can't just go in and say, man, I'm just going to do all this stuff. It's just not how it works. Okay, whether you're playing football or basketball or volleyball or soccer or baseball, okay, any sport you play, there are what we call fundamentals. Right? You come into a sport and you have to learn the footwork of the sport. You have to learn the mechanics of the sport. You have to get in shape for that sport. Okay, I can't practice for basketball 24/7 and then say, hey, I'm going to be a swimmer. That's not how it works. Okay, I got to learn the fundamentals of swimming. And then after you learn the fundamentals, you have to really hone the skill. So this is what's going on with Jesus and the disciples, that, hey, you guys have learned the basics. You have all this understanding and knowledge. Now I'm going to teach you for when I leave, after I fulfill the will of my Father. Okay, you guys are going to have a job. And we all know what their job was. After Christ ascended, he gave them a command saying, hey, go into all nations and teach them the gospel, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. Okay, Christ already knows what he's going to tell them, so he's training them for that specifically. Okay, Peter was known as a well-known speaker. Okay, he's training Peter. He's training all these men for their purpose. Okay, we see that is one, or the last reason we're really talking about for Christ's absence from the public spotlight. Okay, a few maps we do have, if you guys didn't know, okay, what's kind of going on. Again, this traveling of where it would have been, okay, during this time. Okay, so he would have been up towards, okay, even more north than Mount Hermon. Okay, so if you see Mount Hermon, that's all the way on the top of the map, basically. Okay, you have Caesarea and Philippi. Okay, those areas. Okay, those would have been north of Lake Tiberias, Capernaum. Okay, Bethsaida. Okay, this would have been where Jesus traveled right after. Okay, feeding the 5,000. He went to these other cities. Okay, then after that, okay, so he traveled even more north. Okay, you guys remember where Jerusalem is? And I've already kind of said it. All the way south. Okay, so again, showing us the reasons why, after all this traveling and talking to people, okay, this is where Jesus would have been in his absence. Okay, because chapter 6, he's in Capernaum. He's in that Lake Tiberias, Sea of Galilee area. Okay, then chapter 7, after these things. So there was a time period. We don't know exactly where he was. The Bible doesn't tell us. Okay, we don't know exactly what he was doing other than the things we've kind of mentioned. Okay, those are the things we know that were going on around him. Okay, but this would have been the area that Jesus would have been traveling in. Okay, we don't know exactly what city. Okay, we have guesses. The map is trying to give you guesses of where it would have gone in order. Okay, but he was in this northern area. Okay, but then the beginning of chapter 7, after these things, after Jesus had rested, was teaching the disciples, whatever he was doing, he comes down to Jerusalem. Okay, and now he's back on the scene. Okay, he's back on the scene. Okay, but with this map, we can trace Christ's steps during the gap between John chapter 6 and John chapter 7. Okay, this map is also on page 274. You might need to know it a little bit for our quiz. Okay, but I'm just going to give you a few points, okay, going over his journey. Okay, we see he went to, and again, this isn't specifically from the Bible. Okay, but we can see this through history, through historians. Okay, if you go to Israel at all, which I've never been, but I hope I can at some time, certainly once COVID kind of goes away. Okay, but historians will tell you, hey, Jesus, this is where he went. This is where he was. Because Jesus was a real person to them. They don't deny his existence, they just deny his deity. They say, hey, he wasn't the Son of God. He was just another man. Okay, so we see that. Okay, but first we see he went to Tyre and Sidon. Okay, this is where he healed the daughter of the Syrophoenician. Okay, we see this not in the book of John, but also I believe in the book of Matthew. Okay, where that miracle happened, he heals this baby girl. Okay, and you see Tyre right on the coast. Okay, that would have been in that Phoenician area. And then right after that, he travels to Syro, okay, which is kind of on the coast as well, probably about 25 to 30 miles apart. Okay, in that. Okay, he toured to Decapolis, which we talked about that. That's that circle area. That was another province. Okay, where he healed a deaf and dumb man and fed 4,000 people. Remember we talked about how there was a feeding of the 5,000? That was mentioned in the book of John. But there was also a feeding of the 4,000. Okay, this was kind of during that time of, hey, he wasn't really in the spotlight, certainly in the book of John. Okay, these were other miracles that the other Gospels have recorded for us and told us about. Okay, but John doesn't really mention it. In the book of John, from chapter 6 to chapter 7, there's nothing going on. So we use the other books of the Bible, history facts, okay, to help us with this, and that's where we get our answers. Okay, he also visited the woman Magdala. Okay, Magdala. Okay, after that, he went back to Bethsaida and healed a blind man. Bethsaida is right by Capernaum. This is where he would have been, the Sea of Galilee. He went up into Caesarea Philippi, where he predicted his death and resurrection and taught his disciples many things. Okay, this is where he's starting to tell them, hey, this is what's going to happen. Okay, I'm going to die. They didn't know exactly how, but I'm going to die. Sometimes you just got to return it on. I felt like it was blowing cool air out. Just trying to help you guys out. Okay, but he's telling them, hey guys, I know I've been here. I know I've been teaching you. I know you've been following me, seeing these miracles. Okay, but I'm going to die. My Father's will, God's will for me is I'm going to die. Okay, and these things that are going to happen, and you guys will have an important role. This is where he's telling them. That teaching we just talked about, this is where he's sitting them down and say, hey guys, you've learned all these things up to this point now. Now I'm going to really teach you what you guys are going to be doing after I leave. And they're probably thinking what? They've had this best friend through these last 3 years. Okay, they've had this man they've looked up to that's taught them, and they're like, Jesus, you're going to leave us? You're going to leave us? Why would you do that? Okay, so there's questions going on. Okay, this is going to lead to some doubt in some disciples. Okay, we also see in this time between chapter 6 and chapter 7, he was transfigured on the mount, probably Mount Hermon, okay, while he was in Caesarea. Okay, this was the transfiguration on the mount that we read in the other Gospels. And lastly, in this time period where he was out of the spotlight, where he was resting, teaching, okay, preparing, he returned lastly back to Capernaum, where he spoke about his death and settled an argument between the disciples over who would be the greatest in the kingdom. Okay, have you guys ever heard that passage? Okay, Jesus said, hey, I'm going to die. Okay, but after I die, I'm going to come back and I'm going to go up to heaven, and I'm going to prepare a place for you. Okay, do any of you guys know what the disciples asked him or told him? You can tell me. Hey, can I sit on the right and left side of you, Lord? Can I sit by you? And he's like, that's not my place to give you. Okay, but I am going to heaven to prepare a place for you. Okay, which gives us, even us today, Christians, an assurance of, man, when we're saved, when we believe on Christ, man, he's preparing a place for us. He's giving them comfort while they're like, man, he's leaving us. We're going to be alone. He's going to be gone. But he's like, hey, don't worry. I'm preparing a place for you. And then at the end of all the Gospels we see during this time, okay, this hasn't happened yet, but he's going to tell them, hey, just because I'm leaving, right at the moment of his ascension, we'll talk about that later in the year, he says, hey, I'm leaving, but I'm leaving something with you. And what has he left with us? The Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost. Okay, he left that for us, so he's with us always. Okay, helping us with our struggles, helping us with anything going on. Okay, but we see this is kind of the time period setting this situation, setting this coming into Jerusalem. Okay, and setting Christ's attendance to these feasts in these different tabernacles. Okay, which brings us to our next note. Okay, we're going to see his brother's selfish requests. His brother's selfish requests. Okay, at this time, it would have been about September AD 31. And Jesus had only about 6 months to live. Okay, he's in Jerusalem. He's got about 6 months to live. He knows. Remember, he is God. Okay, he knows what's going on. He knows the exact moment it's going to happen. The Feast of Tabernacles were approaching, and Jesus' brothers urged Jesus to attend this feast. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Were they his blood brothers or the disciples? It probably would have been a mixture of both. It would have been a family and of his disciples. It would have been a mixture of both. Does that help? Okay, again, we don't have the exact Greek text for us because most of us wouldn't understand that. But if you read in the Greek, it's a different word. Okay, it's a word that still is brothers, but talking about basically like your company of brothers. Okay, but we see he's with his brothers. Okay, this refers to Christ again, his half-brothers, okay, the younger sons of Joseph and Mary, and also his disciples. Okay, but we have Jesus' brothers. We see this in the book of John. It doesn't say this, but if you want to mark this down. Okay, it does mention his brothers in Matthew chapter 13 and verses 55, and Mark chapter 6 and verse 3. Okay, we see the names of his half-brothers. Okay, we know some, but we have James. Okay, if I say this wrong, I'm sorry. Okay, we have Joseph, Simon, and Jude. Those were his 4 half-brothers that we know of. Okay, James, Joseph, Simon, and Jude. Okay, why do you think Christ, okay, or why do you think the brothers of Christ, okay, why do you think the brothers of Christ wanted him to come to this feast? Why do you think that was so? Why do you think they wanted him to come at this time? Hey, come feast with us, come be with us. Sorry, I couldn't really hear you. Okay, maybe they had heard of some of the miracles, right? Maybe they had heard of what Jesus had been doing, what he had done, the powers he had. And they're like, man, we want Jesus to be here. Maybe that can draw attention to us. Maybe that was a reason. Okay, maybe what was another reason? I mean, what's the simple answer? If they're his brothers, there's no wrong answer, unless that's the only one you guys think that's the only reason. Maybe they loved him. That is their brother. Okay, maybe they love their brother. They want to see him. Okay, all the different possibilities. Maybe they hadn't seen him in a long time. Okay, maybe, I don't know, maybe God had talked to Mary. Okay, maybe they want to see him. Maybe they knew something that was going to happen. Okay, there's different possibilities. Obviously, we might not already know the answer. Okay, but try to be free-minded. Okay, there's so many different possibilities of why maybe they wanted to see Jesus. The first one being because maybe they wanted attention. Okay, but there are different answers you could say. Okay, some that I'm going to give you guys. Perhaps they wanted the Jews to see his miracles and were sure that they were ready to make him their king. Okay, maybe they urged him for the feast. They're like, hey, if we can get Jesus here, okay, and get him to perform some miracles here, man, we'll convince him to be our king. We'll convince him to be our king. Okay, and with these questions or possibilities his brothers say, okay, the note that you guys have on the screen, okay, they're failing to see the importance of Christ's death. Okay, of the death that Christ said he's going to do or what's going to happen. Okay, and they're failing to see the importance of that. Like, why do you have to do that? Just stay here. Stay here with us. Live with us. Okay, be our brother. Be our king. Perhaps they knew he would arrive with much fanfare, and thus his half-brothers, they would share in the glory of his moment. Man, imagine if you had a sibling. Okay, you'd probably hate the sibling, but love him at the same time. But imagine you had a sibling, and they had, like, the coolest job, and they were just super well known. they were like a celebrity, whether they're an athlete or a movie star or like the smartest scientist ever or whatever, politician. They were famous per se. Okay, people knew who they were. They had 100,000 followers on Instagram. Okay, they're famous. Man, if that was my sibling, one, you'd hate him because maybe, I don't know, maybe you're like, man, I don't want all the attention. Okay, but you're going to love him. I'm not saying you guys would. I'm just saying the possibilities. Maybe I want to say, man, brother, hang out with me. Post about me, right? Man, put me in a picture so I can get more followers, right? That's basically what we see Jesus' brothers doing. They're like, hey, okay, come to Jerusalem after this long journey of feeding all these people, doing all these miracles, up in Galilee and Capernaum and Bethsaida. Come back to Jerusalem, bring these people and bring us. Tell them that we're your brother, Jesus. Tell them that we're your family. Okay, we want this publicity. We want this fanfare. We want to be known. Okay, perhaps that was the reason. Perhaps they were simply mocking him. Okay, saying, hey, if you're really who you say you are, why don't you do your so-called miracles in front of the people that really count? Okay, namely the leaders of the Jews in Jerusalem. Why hide this great talent in the backwoods of Galilee? Okay, maybe it was a spite reason. Maybe like, man, if you're really the Son of God, because remember, that's their half-brother. Okay, they have the same mother. Okay, like, if you're so special, Jesus, if you're so special, why haven't you just done miracles here for your family, taking care of us? Okay, maybe Jesus' brother's life wasn't so great. Maybe just middle class. It wasn't good enough for them. Okay, so like, Jesus, why haven't you taken care of us? I've heard you feeding these people. I've heard you heal the lame, heal the sick, heal the blind. Man, you haven't provided for us. You've done nothing for me. You guys see the similarities of the people from the feeding of the 5,000 to even his family? Man, they want Jesus to do what? To take care of them, right? Man, take care of me, Jesus. Do these things for me. Man, they didn't really care about their brother. They didn't ask, hey, Jesus, how you doing? Man, we miss you. Man, how was things going up there? No, they heard the stories and they're like, man, you haven't done anything for us. You haven't done anything for our country, for our family, for our mother, for our dad. Okay, for us. What have you done for me? Okay, either way, doesn't matter. Whichever one of these that would have been their main motive. Okay, we don't exactly know. Okay, but either way, what does this motive, these different ideas show that his brothers did not believe? And I've already mentioned it. It's already on the screen. What did it show that his brothers did not believe? They didn't believe that he really was the Son of God. But yeah, they didn't believe that he was going to die and that he was going to save the world. They basically believed the same way that everyone else was starting to believe. They hear maybe he's the bread of life, he's done all these things, hey, I'm the Son of God, and they're like, whatever. You're fake, Jesus. You haven't even taken care of us. You're a fake. How are you going to save the whole world? And we see that even in his own family's life. Coming to the last 6 months of Christ's life, we see this doubt, okay, this spite towards him, maybe some hate. Okay, and we're seeing this happening in Christ's life. Okay, and that's where we're going to leave off for today. We're going to have some reasons for Jesus not going to the feast. Okay, different things going with this. Again, we're probably not going to be able to finish this lesson this week. Friday, we might not have class. Okay, so we'll finish this lesson probably next week. But continue to finish your booklet. That will be due on Thursday. Verse will still be due on Thursday, and we'll take that verse quiz. Okay, but that is it for today for Bible. Let me know if you have any questions. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you turn everything in. Jake, I did get your verses. Christian, make sure you're turning those in. Yes, just make sure you're turning stuff in. Okay, let me know if you have questions. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to chemistry. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's make sure that we're on page 182 of the textbook, page 182 of the textbook, and page 166 of the supplement. Page 166 of the supplement. We're going to be talking about iron today and probably tomorrow. Realistically, this is a larger section. Largely because iron is one of the more useful materials that we use in not just modern society, even back to ancient history. Even when we're talking about before Christ era, I mean, even if we're talking about all that, okay, iron is still one of the most commonly used materials, except now we use it in the form of steel, okay? We figured out a way to make it stronger and less brittle, but we're going to talk about all that as we get started here. Iron is the fourth most abundant element found in the Earth's crust, of which it composes 4.7% by mass. It is the second most abundant metal. Aluminum is first, by the way. Let me see here. But it is the cheapest, and in the form of steel. Why is my keyboard not working? Why are you like this? Great. I'm going to have to actually manually click all day. All right, this is the cheapest and most widely used in steel form as far as metal. It occurs in several ores. It occurs in hematite, Fe2O3. This is the most common form. Magnetite, siderite, and pyrite. Pyrite is probably one of the more famous ones, although hematite is pretty famous too, but those first and last one are probably the more famous one, mostly because pyrite fooled a lot of people into thinking it was gold at first. The major deposits of hematite ore in the United States are in the area around Lake Superior in Wisconsin and Michigan. There we go. The Mesabi Range of Minnesota is particularly famous for its deposits of iron ore and has been extensively mined. Iron is soft and silvery white as a pure metal. Yes. I'm sorry? Yes. Because it is. Hematite is just its common name. Yeah, it is the same chemical. There's the common name and then there's the scientific name. And rarely are they the same. For example, water should really be called dihydrogen monoxide. No one does. It just should. Unless they're trying to freak people out for no reason. Anyway, then it's a lot of fun. Alright, so anyway, iron is soft and silver white as a pure metal. Reacts quickly with the oxygen to form reddish-brown iron 3 oxide, Fe2O3. Hematite is with other materials. Iron oxide is the pure, or rust is the pure form of the same chemical compound. Since the oxide is crumbly, fresh surfaces are exposed as the iron rusts. So unlike aluminum, we've talked about aluminum, right? No, not yet. Is that later? I must have talked. Okay, whatever. Aluminum actually has a weird trait of when it rusts, it seals itself. So you always have a top layer of rust, but then the aluminum never wears away because that basically seals off the next layer from getting any oxygen and oxidizing it. Same thing happens with copper. That's the patina you see. If you were to clean it all off, you would then get a nice shiny copper statue. And within a couple years, it would be green again because that's what happens. All right, so there's no stopping that chemistry. So anyway, but it seals itself to keep it from wearing away. Iron, when it does it, it crumbles, falls away. So the next layer gets oxidized, crumbles, falls away, and it eventually eats through the metal. Now, iron production is done a few different ways. The most common is the blast furnace. Although iron has been used since ancient times, it's actually mentioned as early as Genesis 4, which is like right after Garden of Eden. Okay, like when I said it's used back in ancient times, I mean like that was one of the first things we started using as metal. All right, so you see that there in Genesis 4. It rarely occurs in a free state and can be extracted from ore only with great effort. Since the Middle Ages, the primary method of reducing iron ore to iron metal has been the blast surface, a structure consisting of a vertical heat-resistant furnace column filled with ore and fuel, in which the chemical reactions take place. Air is forced into the furnace under pressure through the nozzles near the bottom of the furnace, producing a very hot flame. Liquid iron collects at the bottom of the column and drains out the furnace through a hole in the side. Medieval blast furnaces. Let's see here. Medieval blast furnaces were about 10 feet tall, made of fireproof brick. Forced air was usually provided by hand-operated bellows. That's what those were actually for. You'll see them a lot with blacksmiths and on TV. They'll just be like pushing it into the flames. That's not really what it was for. You would attach it to a hose and like in the sealed chamber basically and be adding air that way. I mean, I'm sure it was used the other way, but like that wasn't its primary purpose. Anyway. Lost my spot. Since then, blast furnaces have grown immensely. A modern blast furnace is 10 to 13 stories tall instead of feet. It's making it it is about 30 to 45 feet in diameter at the base. Typically consists of a steel outer shell lined with heat-resistant brick. Many large blast furnaces can produce more than 5,000 tons of iron per day in continuous operation. The furnace is charged through its top with a mixture of iron ore, coke. Now, I'm going to explain something throughout this chapter. In metallurgy in general, the word coke just means carbon, but it's specifically carbon from charcoal. That is oversimplified, but that is what it is. Okay, so yes, I know coke has many different reasons or variations on what it means. In this case, in this context, it means carbon. Why they call it coke, I have no idea. All right. And limestone. Coke is produced when coal is heated to a high temperature in huge ovens in the absence of air. More easily vaporized material is driven off, leaving primarily carbon or coke. Anyway, the proportions of Fe2O3 and silicate impurities in the ore determine the amounts of coke and limestone respectively that are required in the charge. On average, each ton of iron produced requires roughly 1 3/4 tons of ore, 1.5 ton of coke, and 1/2 ton of limestone. Hot compressed air, about 4 tons per ton of iron, is blown into the furnace near the bottom. Some blast furnaces use pure oxygen or oxygen-enriched air instead of ordinary air, which is only about 20% oxygen, thereby producing a higher temperature and a more rapid process. By just enriching it with oxygen, you can get the temps a lot higher because it'll burn hotter. In the blast furnace, oxygen from the air reacts with coke to produce carbon monoxide and a large amount of heat, so that the temperature near the bottom of the furnace is about 1900 degrees Celsius. And you can see that equation there on the screen. The resultant carbon monoxide reduces the ore to molten iron metal by allowing carbon dioxide to form instead. That rips the oxygen right off the iron. Since it is more dense than the other components in the furnace, the molten iron sinks to the bottom of the furnace. Meanwhile, the limestone, primarily CaCO3, acts as a flux, reacting with sand and gravel impurities, mostly silicon dioxide, and converting them into a liquid form. The heat of the blast furnace decomposes CaCO3, as shown in equation 14, which then reacts with the sand and silicate to form calcium silicate, there in equation 15. The calcium silicate mixes with other impurities to form slag. Slag is less dense than iron and floats upon it, preventing the reaction of incoming air with the molten iron. The molten iron is tapped, drained from the furnace through a duct near the furnace's base. At this point, the iron is called pig iron and contains 4 to 5% carbon as well as silicon and other impurities. If pig iron is cast into molds and cooled, at this point it is known as cast iron. So if you have a cast iron skillet, would probably be the most familiar form of it you guys would see, although it does have other uses. This is what happens, is they stopped here at the refining process and just poured it into a mold and let it form. That was it. Cast iron is strong, but brittle. It is not malleable or ductile and is difficult to weld. Okay. Cast iron skillets, like once they break, they're done. Okay. They also require a lot of extra care, but I'm not getting into that. Cast iron is used for wood stoves, storm drains, and engines, for example, and accounts for about 10% of the iron produced. Slag is also drawn off at appropriate intervals to cool and solidify. It is used in the manufacture of so the waste product, basically, is used in cinder block, concrete, and asphalt, and railways as a support for railroad ties, and in road construction. A fluffy insulation material called mineral wool is produced from slag if jets of steam are blown through the molten slag as it cools, and the substance is commonly used as insulation, and if you compress it, ceiling tiles. So that's how that works there. Now, that's as far as we get where it's iron, and that's called cast iron. Now, most of the time, though, that's not what we want out of it. If we had to make our everyday common stuff out of cast iron, well, stuff would be really heavy in the first place. Okay? Yes? I don't know about these specifically, but like many ceiling tiles are. Probably? I don't know. I didn't put them in, so. Anyway, I'm just, yes, probably, but I don't know. All right. Now, there will always be a demand for cast iron or pig iron, if you want to use that term. And there will always be some uses for it. If nothing else, there will always be cooking enthusiasts who want cast iron skillets, because that's a whole thing. I'm not getting into it. Okay, that is a whole separate segment of cooking. You get some... never mind. Okay, anyway. And it does taste better, I'll give it that, but we're moving on. But all that to say this, there will always be demand for some of it. However, it's usually just an in-between step to get to steel. That's usually how we use it. The problem is, this is getting very limited due to the production of coke being limited by environmental regulations. Okay? So the production of coke is decreasing, which makes it where we can't create cast iron as easily because environmentalists. Anyway, so the biggest issue there is we need an alternate process. We need a different way to get to that through that in-between step. Like I said, there will always be demand for cast iron. There will always be that want to get that kind of pan or stove or something. But it really doesn't need to be for the vast majority of what we're trying to get out of it. The vast majority of what we're trying to get out of it is steel. Okay, so there is an alternate pathway. This has become more common. Although blast furnaces remain the mainstay of iron production in the U.S., they cannot function without coke, and coke production is increasingly limited by environmental regulations. As a result, alternate methods of iron reductions that do not involve coke are being developed. In one such method, direct iron reduction, the natural gas, mostly methane, which is CH4, is used to reduce iron ore to sponge iron, a solid powdery form of iron suitable for steel making. It wouldn't be useful for anything else, but seeing as we're just using it as an in-between step to get to the next stage where we can make it steel, who cares? Okay, so we get powdered iron instead of solid iron. Okay, we're just going to melt it back down anyway. Okay, that's basically the issue here. First, the natural gas is partially oxidized to form carbon monoxide and hydrogen. These gases are then reacted with iron ore in a furnace, producing solid sponge iron. Silica and other impurities in the iron can be reduced by adding a flux later as the iron is refined into steel. This will give you, if you want to think of it this way, a dirtier iron. It won't be as pure, but again, we're going to purify it all again when we go to steel. So all we're trying to do is get it refined enough to get to the next stage. We don't care past that. All right, and so this has become increasingly popular just due to the necessity of working around the lack of coke available. Now, steel refining is what we're really going to focus on. Although cast iron or pig iron is useful for some applications, it is very brittle and cannot be machined. Okay, so it's useful for some things, and like I said, there's always going to be those home applications. But imagine trying to make beams out of that stuff. Like, beams for houses are heavy enough. Now imagine they were made of cast iron instead of steel. Okay, that would be a lot heavier. Probably wouldn't be able to hold its own weight. But steel is the most commonly used form of iron. And specifically, it's an alloy of iron and a very small percentage of carbon. And when we say small, we mean small. Okay, usually it's less than 1%. Unless we're going to high carbon steel. High carbon steel is still only 1.5% maximum. Okay, remember cast iron is 4 to 5%. Okay, so we're trying to get a lot of carbon out by making it steel. That's the idea here. Small amounts of other metals may be added to produce different types of steel. We'll talk about that as we go in here. Carbon steels are alloys of carbon and iron only, making varying percentages of carbon that are determined by the properties desired. Carbon steel with less than 0.2% carbon is ductile and malleable and is called mild steel. This can be used to make low-grade sheet metal, wire, and pipe. That actually can be very helpful to make something that's easy to work with. For example, I don't know that all pipes are made out of this, but it would be a lot easier to bend a pipe made from mild steel than heavy steel. Okay, so there are plenty of applications where we don't necessarily want full strength. Okay, increasing the carbon content between 0.2 and 0.6% carbon increases the strength of steel such that it is useful for structural purposes and rails. Such steel is known as medium steel. And then finally, high carbon steel is steel between 0.6 and 1.5% carbon, still much less than pig iron or cast iron, and as a hard steel, this is useful for drill bits, tools, and cutlery. Carbon steels account for about 90% of all steel produced. However, if we want different traits than just steel, okay, although steel is extremely useful, obviously, if we use it for 90% of all steel, we can add other alloys to add different properties, okay? And I'm pretty sure you guys will have heard of some of these. Alloy steels are steels that contain metals beside iron. You can see the properties that will be added on page 184. There's a whole table there. But they may be classified as low alloy and high alloy steels. In addition to small amounts of carbon, low alloy steels contain a total of 1 to 5% of other alloying metals, and high alloy steels contain more than 5% of other metals. The presence of various metals in the steel imparts various characteristics to the steel. Again, table 11.5. Stainless steel, a high alloy steel, is resistant to corrosion and contains 14% to 18% chromium and 7 to 9% nickel. This gets used in objects that would otherwise be prone to corrosion, such as hospital equipment and kitchen cutlery, but also can be used in making tools, firearms, boat fittings. Are you guys seeing a pattern? Anywhere you don't want rust, and industrial equipment. Okay, so stainless steel has plenty of applications, and that's just by adding some chromium and nickel. Now, that's the use of steel. Let's talk about how we get there. Okay. So first of all, we have the basic oxygen process. This pig iron from the blast furnace is typically refined to steel by the basic oxygen process. The basic oxygen furnace consists of a chamber lined with refractory, heat-resistant bricks composed of substances such as magnesium oxide and calcium oxide. Molten pig iron and scrap iron and steel form the charge for the furnaces, many of which are capable of holding 300 or more tons of material. A supersonic blast of pure oxygen is blown against the surface of molten iron through a water-cooled lance to oxidize the impurities, such as carbon, silicon, sulfur, and phosphorus. The reactions are so exothermic that no external heat source is necessary. As long as you start out with molten iron, the reactions will keep it molten and allow all the reactions to continue. The molten iron is agitated by the production of gaseous products and by the force of the oxygen blast so that the entire contents of the furnace react. At the very high temperature produced, around 1,650 degrees Celsius, that's without a flame. That's without any outside heat source. It's just from the reaction happening in the container. The reactions are very rapid. The process only takes about half an hour or so. Lime and other fluxes are added during the process to convert oxidized silicon impurities to slag. You can see reaction 1115 for that. Towards the end of the process, a sample of the molten steel is drawn off for chemical analysis. On this basis, the amount needed of carbon or alloying metal is added to convert the molten metal into the desired type of steel. Okay, so you wait until the very end for that. Now, this works really well, but again, this assumes you're starting out with pig iron. As we discussed, in the United States, we're starting to move away from that because coke is starting to be limited. Okay, so most of the steel in the U.S. Uses the electric arc furnace, which is not pictured here. This is used for, let's see here. Let me just go through here. About 60% of the steel production in the United States uses the electric arc furnace. In this type of furnace, an electric arc between giant carbon electrodes provides the heat to melt the metal, which typically consists of cold steel scrap and direct reduced iron. Higher temperatures are possible with this method than are possible with the basic oxygen process, allowing more effective removal of certain impurities. Electric arc furnaces are widely used in steel recycling and are the primary method of recycling direct reduced iron refining directly reduced iron into high quality steel. Okay, so because of that shift in the first step, we now have a shift in the second step, but overall electricity in general is cheaper than dealing with the other stuff. So that's really how that goes for that. Man, I got all kinds of time today. All right, on to the next section. Now, many of the properties of steel, hardness, toughness, ductility, and malleability, are determined as much by how the piece of steel is treated after it is made as by the steel's alloy content. So what the steel is made of matters. How it's worked after it's finished also matters, and the two together are really important to make a final product. The properties of steel may be improved in a number of ways. So the first one we're going to talk about is annealing. Often when molten iron cools and solidifies into a piece of steel, the contraction of steel as it cools creates internal stresses and distortions in the metal. These stresses can be removed by a process called annealing, in which the steel is heated to 700 to 800 degrees for up to several hours and then slowly cooled. The high temperature allows iron atoms to reorient themselves into more relaxed positions. Annealing also makes a piece of steel softer and more workable. Now, there's always a trade-off, okay? You can relieve the stresses and make it more workable, but then it makes it less hard, okay? And so there are times where you need to do the one to get it workable and then go through and make it harder later, okay? And this is often what we see here. Now, although soft, easily workable, steels are fine for such uses as nails, car fenders, or chain link fences. Many applications require steels that are harder and stronger. Soft, low-carbon steel would make a poor wrench, screwdriver, or knife blade, for example. One of the simplest ways to harden a piece of steel is cold working, in which the metal is bent or hammered into its final shape at a relatively low temperature, and by that we mean less than 300 degrees Celsius. It still gets hot, just relatively it's cool compared to the other temperatures we've been talking about. One of the most common examples of cold working is cold forging, in which a piece of solid steel is stamped into its final shape at a relatively low temperature. In which a piece of solid steel is stamped into its final shape by a giant hammer-like press. The heavy blow rearranges the crystal structure of the steel, making it considerably harder and stronger. Wrenches and other hand tools are commonly produced by cold forging. Other examples of cold working include cold rolling, in which a sheet of steel is squashed between heavy rollers to make a thinner but harder sheet, and drawing, in which a thin steel rod is forcibly pulled through a small hole to make a thinner but stronger wire. Another way in which the hardness of a piece of steel may be altered is quenching. Ordinarily, carbon steel consists of mass of a soft iron containing scattered crystals of iron carbide, often called cementite. If this steel is heated red hot above 727 degrees Celsius, the cementite breaks down into iron and carbon, allowing the carbon atoms to dissolve in the metal. Now, if it's slowly cooled, the carbon will just react with the iron again, and you may as well not have done anything. But if you cool it quickly, the carbon can't re-react. That makes sense. Can't re-react with the iron, and is stuck in the crystal lattice, and that actually makes it harder. So that's why they'll, if you guys will see someone working with steel, they'll be hammering it out, or sometimes iron, but anyway, they'll be hammering it out, and then suddenly they'll put it in cold water. That's actually essential. It's not just that they are impatient. That's actually essential. If you let it cool slowly, you may as well have done very little. But if you do that, it actually hardens it to make it a tougher piece of metal. And so it's typically done when they're done working on it. Anyway, this makes it where the carbon atoms do not have time to react chemically with iron atoms, but become permanently wedged in the lattice of iron atoms instead. It makes it less malleable, but far stronger and harder than before. So again, once you're done working on it, you really don't want it to be malleable. Okay, you don't want a wrench being able to move while you're trying to use it on a bolt. You know what I mean? So once you're done working on it, you want it to stay put. Now, the one unfortunate process about quenching is it can make the metal brittle, okay, which would be bad. Okay, so what we can do is a process called tempering. And this is similar in some ways to annealing, but it is a different process. After quenching, the steel is tempered to gently heated. the steel to be tempered, there we go, is gently heated to a moderate temperature, about 220 to 350 degrees Celsius, and then allowed to cool. The brief period of heating relieves some of these stresses caused by hardening and makes the metal more resilient. Okay, and so you might see tempered steel. This would be an example of what they've done. They've not only quenched it, but then they tempered it to make sure it's not brittle afterward. Now, there are cases where both toughness and hardness are required, and yes, those are different things. Okay, hardness is its resistance to being scratched. Toughness is its resistance to being deformed. Okay, so there is a difference there. So we need this in ball bearings, gear teeth, railroad wheels. We need it not to be deformed or be like getting its surface all scratched up so it messes up the surface. So we'll do what's called case hardening. I say we, I won't do it. Case hardening can be used to harden the surface of the steel while leaving the interior resilient. This is accomplished by heating the object to a high temperature, about 900 degrees Celsius, for a period of time in a carbon-rich environment. So basically, you heat it up to about 900 degrees Celsius in charcoal. Charcoal is a great source of carbon. Carbon diffuses into the surface, forms an extremely hard surface layer when the surface of the object is cooled quickly, but the carbon can't get to all the stuff on the inside. So when you do that quick quenching, okay, what it does is it makes the inside, where it won't deform easily, it makes the outside, now that it's saturated with carbon, where it won't scratch easily. Okay, and I'm saying scratch, but you guys know what I mean there, right? Like it's not just scratches like gears, like if it's wearing away with each pass, you're going to have a problem. Okay, so that's more what we're talking about here. It's not just scratching, it's also removing surface layers, things like that. So it'll have the result is a tough, resilient piece of steel sheathed in a very hard shell or case. Other forms of hardening can use nitrogen or combination of carbon and nitrogen to form the case. This is not meant to be a full metal working course. Obviously, there's other processes than what's discussed here. But just kind of a deeper dive into one of our more common metals that we interact with on a daily basis, whether we realize it or not. Okay, that is the end of 11.4. So we will continue on with 11.5 tomorrow. But just real quick note, again, you guys have a test Monday, Tuesday of next week. I did talk to you guys about that. We're covering 11.4 to 11.6 this week. We just finished the chapter 15. Yeah, last week. All right, so that is coming. Also, your 11.4 through 11.6 homework will be due as one assignment due Monday. All right, so you guys have a few questions there at the end. Realistically, you guys have like 8 minutes in class. Probably won't take you longer than that to just knock out the bottom of page 168 now. But anyway, that's what I would recommend doing. And then we'll get more into chapter 11 throughout the week. All right, any questions? All right, distance learners, we'll see you guys later.
Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. We are on page number 300, section 10.7, credit cards. Credit cards, okay? Another form of borrowing is the use of credit cards, which enable a person to have an item now and pay later. Americans can choose from hundreds of different credit cards from banks, oil companies, department stores, and many other types of businesses. Some people have a credit card for the purpose of identification, since some stores require a credit card as one identification to accept a personal check. Okay? If you use a credit card wisely, you can make the card work for you. However, if you are undisciplined with your money, credit cards are probably not for you. Many people have used credit cards foolishly. That businesses now exist to help people for a fee to set up a budget and plan to pay the debt they have incurred by using too much credit. Credit card holders present the card at the time of sale and receives the merchandise. The store then pays the credit card company and receives payment from them. Okay. Some banks waive a fee for the first year if the card is active. That means it's used at least once a year. Some credit cards have a fee if you have them. Some have higher interest rates. It just depends on your credit score. Credit card companies often evaluate the individual card holder to determine the maximum amount or credit line they will allow him to charge with the card. Okay, so a credit card company, you go and apply for a credit card, and typically, in order to be approved for the credit card, you're going to have some sort of job and some sort of credit history. Okay, if you do not have those two things, another option is a prepaid credit card. Okay, which means you give the company $200-$300, and then they'll give you a credit card which you can go and spend $200 to $300. Okay, it's kind of like a debit card type situation there. Credit card companies are constantly reevaluating their customers to see if they'll lower your interest rate or give you a greater credit line or credit limit. So if you think you are doing well with your credit card, you don't really carry a balance on it, you're using it, you're paying it off, you're using it, paying it off, you can always contact your credit card company and ask them to either increase your limit or to decrease your interest. Okay? What happens is when you go to the store to use your credit card, the store pays a small percentage of that price, what you're paying, to be able to swipe, for you to have the ability to swipe your credit card. Okay? So let's say you go to McDonald's and you buy $10 of food at McDonald's. Okay? That credit card, that McDonald's is actually paying a credit card company like 3% for the ability to be able to use or swipe credit cards. Okay? So that's how that works. Let's go on to our example here. Nola Rogers has an unpaid balance of $140 on a credit card account, plus $63.80 in new charges for the month. She is charged an interest rate of 1.5% on the unpaid balance. How much is her total credit card bill? So we take the previous balance of $140, multiply it times 1.5%, we get $2.10. We add $140 plus the interest charge of $2.10 plus the new charge of $63.80 for a total of $205.90. Okay? So, we're going to do problems 1 through 10 here. 1 through 10 for homework. Okay. And that will be due on Friday. Okay, problems 1 through 10, that'll be due on Friday because tomorrow and Thursday we're going to be doing Iowa testing in here for you guys for math class. All right. Other than that, we are done for today. We'll get that put on the Google Classroom here in just a second.